is really working, and I think that visit to Angola, the binational commission, will further strengthen the trade relations and political ties.
And I was just reflecting recently, Sophie, we've seen the president going to Algeria, we've seen him hosting the UN Secretary General, really speaking about the geopolitics here and just the center stage where South Africa finds itself. Also, expectations are high for solutions to come out from the G20 presidency, but a very important country in the southern tip of Africa.
It's quite important for the president in his second term, his last term, to ensure that countries do understand South Africa's foreign policy. And with that, then you involve trade and investment, because you want to create jobs in South Africa. When he was in Algeria, that's the north. And when you look at Algeria in the Security Council as a rotational seat, they were very vocal in terms of championing the plight of the Palestinians, calling for resolutions after resolutions in the Security Council. And therefore, that was very critical for South Africa to engage with Algeria, to say we are in the same trajectory in terms of pushing for the two-state solution in the Middle East, so that Palestinians and Israelites can live side by side. And that country is quite strategic. The same with the Angola, it's quite strategic. Let's take Nigeria, even though it has caused so much discomfort in terms of South Africans, because when you listen to what the president said, it was quite confusing, because no country that I've traveled to I can enter without a passport. Yes, you can have visa waiver. For example, when you travel to Rwanda, you don't need a visa. But a passport is always a must. So people didn't, I think the way it was phrased, there was a bit of a confusion. When you apply for a visa, you apply, and when it's granted, then you have to present a passport. You can't enter any country without a passport, as far as I know, even on the continent. So I don't think South Africa can just allow people to come in without passport. But the Nigeria, because it's another large economy on the continent, and it's very strategic also. So when you want to push for transformation of the Security Council and the financial institutions, you have to take Nigeria on board, so that you get support from these powerful nations or countries on the continent. You heard what the SG said yesterday, that Africa must have a seat, and the talk has been South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt looking at the military might, the involvement in peace and security, the development, and the countries that are really committed to peace and stability, not only on the continent but around the world as well. So those engagements are quite important for President Ramaphosa to share the vision of South Africa in terms of foreign relations. As you know, that the country is really under siege. People interpreting the foreign policy in different ways, and South Africa has to clear the air with strategic countries.
Sophie, recently we saw a very massive story where we saw the outgoing US President Joe Biden going to Angola and really just meeting with other leaders, obviously with President Lourenço leading those talks, leaders from Tanzania, from Zambia, really talking about the issue of Lobito corridor, its importance. But obviously you talk about these dynamics of the US and China in the African continent, yes, but also speaking to the importance of this country when you look at the geostrategic terms where it's located geographically in Africa.
Yes, you are correct. You know that China has been very vigorous in terms of making inroads on the continent, and this is something that didn't sit well or doesn't sit well with the US, and that's why the competition. Now the question is, China's approach in terms of helping the continent to build infrastructure has been criticized because it led to a situation where smaller countries took money from loans or financial support from China, and they can't pay back, and they are now indebted. Now America is saying we can do things differently, but we don't know. I mean, that is why it is important for Africa to be united, so that there are no issues when these other countries are strengthening trade ties with the African continent. Africa is not an island. South Africa is not an island. You have to do business with other countries. You have to strengthen trade relations with other countries. But you must make sure that that doesn't translate in a situation where you are again colonized. That's exactly what the SG of the UN was saying yesterday, that this time around, these minerals of the continent cannot lead to the second colonization of the continent, because everybody is scrambling for the African minerals because of what? The clean energy. You're talking gas in Angola, and therefore it's quite strategic. The DRC, when you talk about building strong capacity manufacturing of techno-savvy equipment and the sector, you have to come to the continent to get those minerals that are building technology around the world. So the question is, beneficiate, build those technologies here and send them as fully fledged product, not raw material, so that the value chain can assist in developing the continent.
And obviously, Ayanda, we're still here right at the Union buildings. We're kind of waiting for the official proceedings to get underway here at the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. As you can see, the red carpet has been rolled out. The cabinet ministers from both sides, South Africa and Angola, have been lined up. They're all waiting for their heads of state. But also, once again, Sophie, I want us to go back to the historical issue. I want to talk about Kutu Carnivale. I mean, you had so many dynamics at play here, where it's led to the liberation of Namibia, but you had the involvement of the Cuban soldiers at the time, the Soviet Union, but of course against the mighty apartheid regime at the time, and also the US influence when it comes to UNITA, and obviously the current governing party, MPLA, supporting the liberation movement. So there's quite a rich history here.
There is a rich history. You still have the remains of some of the cadres of the ANC and other liberation organizations, MK in particular, who are still lying in Angola. You know why? When there was this intensified fighting with the apartheid regime in Angola, they killed, it was massacres, and there was no time to bury properly, and therefore to identify the graves and the names of those people and link them to families in South Africa. It's a very, very difficult task, because it was ugly. You still have the old regime, SADAF military, were rotten in Angola, because they had to abandon those posts, and therefore the scars are very deep, and the relationship is very deep, because South Africans are buried in same graves, some of them, with the Angolans, and therefore that's the connection politically, and that is why it is important to say we've done with that chapter. We stood side by side. We fought to ensure that we liberate these countries, even though we were liberated last. Then now, how do we move forward? And therefore, you are correct. The relationship is quite strong. If you were to speak to a former Minister of Public Service and Administration and Intelligence, Ayanda Dodlo, she will tell you that kind of a story. The ambassador I spoke to earlier on, he was in Angola with late former Minister Tito Mboweni. They can tell you that story. You understand the gravitas in terms of the political relations as well.
And obviously, Ayanda, we're still keeping a very beady eye on the developments here at the Union buildings. As you know, that this is going to be the center stage. We have the National Guards here. They're all just waiting as well to ensure that everything just goes without a glitch. But also, Sophie, let's reflect on the portfolios that we're seeing here. I mean, the issue of water, climate change comes into the picture, where drought, desertification, and many other challenges really just coming to the fore here.
Yes, I think let's start with Minister Barbara Chris in terms of transport. How do you ensure that there's a flow of products from South Africa or goods from South Africa to Angola? The issue of rail becomes very critical. When I spoke to Minister Pakstow, he said they are trying to build the rail network in that country. The other issue, of course, will be aviation, because you'd want people to travel to South Africa and Angola, and you need more available flights to do just that, and in a cheaper way, because if there's no competition, the tickets gets very, very expensive. You look at Minister Pakstow, who, of course, critical because he has to deal with issues of trade, and in the afternoon he will be facilitating the engagement of business from South Africa and Angola. I'm told 80 Angolan companies are attending that engagement, with 130 from South Africa, and where President Ramaphosa and his Angolan counterpart will also participate. And you also look at Minister of Agriculture, Steenhuisen. They want to look at agriculture, particularly agro-processing, and therefore that is why it's important for Minister of Agriculture to be here. Minister of Public Works, we're talking infrastructure. And of course you also have Minister of Education and Minister of Sports. Those are more issues that has to do with soft power in terms of arts, culture, exchange and educational exchange.
And also quite important around the issues around the use of soft power, because that's another way of promoting people-to-people relations. I mean, obviously there will always be barriers in certain instances because predominantly we speak English here, and in Angola it's mainly Portuguese, but I suppose this is one of the ways of making sure that we overcome those barriers, so that, I mean, for example, if Angola is hosting a basketball or anything like that, we can see South Africans taking parts there and really using that to our advantage as well.
Yes, that is why they are here, and we'll see the Minister of Arts and Culture signing an agreement with his counterpart. But also the strategic one is defense. We saw the Minister of Defense. The Minister of Defense, because you also have to deal with that issue of the DRC, and the Minister of Defense is there to participate in such inputs, monitoring the deployment of the troops in the Cabo Delgado. We pulled out. Now we are firmly in the eastern part as part of the SADC contingent.
And it's quite interesting, Sophie, because these are very countries that are well endowed with minerals. I mean, you talk about Angola, it's incredibly rich in that aspect. But also going back to the issue of the value addition, it's always been a challenge for sub-Saharan Africa to really get into that space, to beneficiate, but also to get into the global value chains, where it's just not about raw materials.
Yes, that has been the argument, that the continent is poor because our colonizers, you talk Portuguese, you talk Europe, you talk other countries, they came, they conquered, and they took the minerals. They are still taking the minerals, and that is why we are poor. And they've developed their countries. You look at them at night, there's light, because they are developed countries. How did they develop during the first industrialization? It's through the minerals of the continent. With this fourth industrial revolution, Africans are saying no. And the good thing, the young people on the continent are leading that charge to say, you and our forebears, you were shortchanged with our minerals. We are not going to allow that. We are skilled. We've gone to school. Allow us to lead the charge. And when you look at elections on the continent, you see that, yes, they may not put up a young candidate. Sometimes they will go for a senior candidate, the candidate that is responding to their challenges. But unfortunately, most of those who were supported by young people to get into these positions, highest offices on the continent, in the presidency, the leaders, they forget what were the issues and what they promised the young people. So I think the young people, they mean business. I was in Namibia. That was the issue, to say we've discovered oil and gas here. This oil and gas that we have discovered here, and hydrogen, it must benefit us. The candidate of SWAPO said that was a loud and clear message. So I think even in Mozambique, you can see in the streets, these are young people, they are saying, we have gas. We are good in terms of the sector of the tourism, but we are not working. So I think it's up to the leaders to wake up to that call.
A very important issue, Sophie. But of course, I mean, when it's a state visit, what is always guaranteed is that leaders would have that opportunity where they have private conversation, where they also exchange views on issues of mutual interest, whether regional issues, global issues. And when you look at 2024, undoubtedly, Sophie, it's been quite a year where we've seen quite a lot in terms of the geopolitical shifts, the rise of conflicts, but also this phenomenon where we've seen the rise of unilateralism, where we've seen these elections where the leaders who are really using populism, the right-wingers, really just gaining quite a massive support from the people in their respective countries. I would imagine the two leaders will have an opportunity to reflect on these dynamics.
They will. I mean, yesterday when I spoke to the SG of the United Nations, he is talking about the situation that's unfolding in the Middle East. It looks like there's a serious problem happening there. The issue of governance, it's going through the window. And now, if that region is unstable, it is going to be a problem. And therefore, these are some of the issues that they will grapple with. And also drawing examples on the continent, for example, Sudan. And therefore, the Angolan president, who is the incoming chair of the AU, remember he's going to sit on these multilateral meetings representing the continent. So it will be important for South Africa also to support him in terms of leading the continent on these challenging, complex matters.
And especially, obviously, we know that with South Africa really at the center of this as a G20 leader, but also most importantly now, we do understand now the arrival of the leaders at this point. So we're going to wait with bated breath really to see a very important time for South Africa and Angola. So there you have it, a very momentous time. Sophie, as the head of state is coming out of the car.
Yes, quite an important one. As I pointed out, now the incoming chair of the AU and the president of the Republic, the president of G20. So this is quite important to understand. Let's listen in that sound.
Cameraman, are you serious? Are you serious? At this point, are you serious?
That area, Kaya, quite an important one where the president will take few steps with his counterpart. When you look at the stairs there, it's a stark reminder of the struggle of women in South Africa, the famous march to the union buildings. The good thing with this is that much as we are still fighting for emancipation of women, all the time when there's a state visit, this reminds the world and the continent and us South Africans that you might be having two men there, but women played an important role to ensure that today you see the pictures that we see the women who came to the union buildings, brave women, and the only surviving one leading that Mesofiti brain, not that because I shared the name.
Quite a very important moment, Sophie, and obviously a sharp reminder of the history that we have. So one of the countries that contributed in South Africa's emancipation, now in a democratic dispensation, the two leaders, free countries, choosing their own path, and having this opportunity now in terms of revitalizing their economies to make sure that Angola, South Africa, the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, they're able to reclaim their position in so many international fora, but also just in terms of contributing in their respective countries.
Yes, quite the very important one. Let's listen in, let's hear the sound, the band. That was the Angolan national anthem and the 21 salute. The President of Angola will now be coming down. He is going to inspect the guard of honor, and in terms of the military formalities, as it is the norm, Kaya.
Well, very much so, Sophie. It's all about pomp and ceremony to really accord all of these religious features to a seating head of state. So President Lourenço is going to be accompanied by an haute de camp and really observe this particular guard of honor, really just talking to the very strong bilateral ties between the two nations. And it's incredibly blistering hot here in Pretoria, but I think there is a sense of excitement in terms of the two countries, the two nations. So as you can see, the images there, the haute camp. Well, of course, quite a very significant moment there as President Lourenco is heading back to the Rotunda to join President Ramaphosa. Really just talking about the close proximity between, of course, Luanda and Pretoria, Sophie.
Yes, yeah, quite an important one there. And you know this culture, I'm sure you are too familiar, where the president is going to give some few lecture or lessons in terms of
the fourth reggae and the Freedom Park.
Yes, yes, the Pretoria as you know it, and the historic sites, because it's a very important city. This is a diplomatic city, this is a seat of government, and with lots and lots of places to visit. I'm watching there at the Voortrekker Monument. I'm looking at UNISA there, and the largest university on the continent that is also now having branches on the continent, helping Africa to have those skills or acquire those needed skills. And you also have a Freedom Park. Let's listen in again.
Well, obviously, quite a very important moment. We're waiting now for the rendition of the Angolan anthem. Or in fact, this is the time where, of course, the introduction of the delegation. I think we're starting with the South African side. Sophie, once again, we spoke about the significance of these portfolios, from defense to water and sanitation, issues around drought and many other challenges. So it's one of those important moments for sure.
Yes, quite an important one. I think also taking into consideration that this is government of national unity, and I think the president, particularly on issues that are related to ministers from other parties, later the president will be able to take his Angolan counterpart into confidence in terms of when they have their meeting, the two of them only. And therefore, yeah, that's very important. And the next thing that's going to happen, the president of Angola will also introduce his entourage, those ministers there. Something very glaring for me is that when coming to South Africa, the gender balance is quite good. When I look at Angola, I just see
the gender parity issue once again.
Something that many African countries must pay attention to. So I think this is quite important, particularly for a person like myself, a woman in the industry, to point that out, that it can't be business as usual on the continent with men dominating. But I'm quite happy with the South African delegation or entourage or the ministers. You have quite a good gender balance.
Especially so in the context of the incoming AU chairperson. I mean, we have so many summits where the issues around gender parity, the empowerment of women, we've always had this agenda, these issues being brought to the continent.
Yeah, you know very well that's very key, and I think the developments in Namibia quite perhaps a good sign for women on the continent, because when you look at the SADC region now, you have two leaders who are women in Tanzania and in Namibia. So yes, one woman there, but look at the gender parity. So I think as the incoming chair of AU, he can do better.
And obviously, it's quite important to keep our viewers posted during the course of the day as well. There's going to be a business forum where quite a number of captains of industry from South Africa and Angola will meet as well, where they're really looking at ways to forge partnership for mutually beneficial opportunities, especially because South Africa is still quite a very industrialized economy in the African continent.
That meeting will be critical as we hand over to studio now the business engagement later in the afternoon. And I think Ayanda, there's a lot to understand in relation to Angola as a country, this oil-rich country, Kaya.
Certainly, Andy, will keep you posted during the course of the day. So there'll be a media briefing also during the course of the morning. So with that, back to you in Johannesburg.
Thabo has never done it.
Oh, boy. You're not eating your shoe. If I put my face over there, I can see my face. Okay.
Hapa ngihlele ku close up kuthiwa yashake
and apartheid, as both countries struggled and fought against colonialism and apartheid. When Angola achieved its independence in 1975, we in South Africa were still suffering under the tyranny of apartheid rule. The decision to elevate our structured bilateral mechanism from a joint commission of cooperation to a binational commission reflects our common commitment as two countries to deepen our relations. I'm delighted that you will be hosting the inaugural session of the BNC in Angola next year. Co-chairing this first session with you is indeed an honor, especially given that it will be during the 50th anniversary celebrations of your independence in Angola. Increasing trade and investment between South Africa and Angola remains our foremost objective. South Africa must become the destination of choice for Angolan goods, products, and services, and vice versa. We would like to see South African companies investing in a big way in Angola. We would like to see increased trade between our two countries, and we would like to see our peoples interacting through tourism and other ways as well. And of course, we'd like to see South African products also finding their ways to Angola. Approximately 20 South African companies already have a presence in Angola, and over the years have been on a concerted drive to explore investment opportunities beyond the oil sector. South African foreign direct investment into Angola has been in a range of sectors, such as financial services, IT, food and beverage, transportation, warehousing, and tourism. And South Africa's Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC, also has investment projects in Angola, namely in the Cabinda oil refinery and the Cabinda phosphate project. We want to see more Angolan companies in South Africa. Opportunities exist in infrastructure development, agriculture, construction, mining, financial services, telecommunications, and manufacturing, just to name but a few. So there are quite a number of opportunities that we can all opt for. With the international community having committed to low carbon and climate resilient development, there is also a vast potential for cooperation in cleaner and renewable energy generation, green hydrogen, electric and new electric vehicles, manufacturing, and others. South Africa has prioritized implementing the structural economic reforms to improve the business operating environment in our own country and to ensure that we have an investment climate that will attract investors to invest in our country. Both Angola and South Africa have substantial mineral deposits. You and I spoke about this in our tete-a-tete, but we also identified a number of sectors, such as agriculture, such as infrastructure, that has a number of opportunities for us to get involved in. And we are also immensely encouraged by the development of Angola's Lobito Trans-Africa Corridor, and we stand ready to work with Angola and contribute within the project possibilities that exist. But we also congratulate Angola for having struck an agreement that has attracted the United States and indeed other investors to be part of this initiative. And we see the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as a catalyst for inclusive growth on our continent, and we must take advantage of the system of the preferential terms that are provided to the signatory countries that will be participating. Your Excellency, as both Angola and South Africa strive to accelerate the pace of industrialization, we need to build mutually complementary capabilities in manufacturing and value-added products. Now, the business forum that will take place during your state visit to our country is an important opportunity for companies from both countries to explore a number of synergistic opportunities. It is our expectation that a list of bankable projects will be identified that can be financed either through the private sector capital or public and private sector partnerships. So I look forward to participating in that forum. South Africa and Angola have a shared commitment to advancing the ideals of Pan-Africanism and to promote the peaceful resolution of disputes and conflicts through mediation, negotiation, and dialogue. We wish to thank you for the efforts that Angola has lent to peace building in the SADC region and the continent as large. And we want to commend Angola for the constructive manner and role it is playing as president of the International Conference on the Great Lakes, as facilitator of the Luanda process, and on the Presidential Ad Hoc Committee for the Republic of Sudan. We must continue to deepen our collaboration towards resolving the conflict in the eastern part of the DRC, the civil war in Sudan, and the post-election crisis right now in Mozambique. We commend you for your efforts of ensuring that we can take a number of steps to silence the guns, in particular in the DRC. We are pleased with the agreement you struck for a ceasefire between the DRC and Rwanda, and also in ensuring that there is cooperation and collaboration in dealing with the negative forces that operate in that part of our region. As African countries, we must be at the forefront of promoting the peaceful resolution of conflict, particularly at a time when the future of multilateralism is at stake. We want to, as we deal with international matters, also want to reiterate our position with regard to the suffering of the people in Palestine, and continue to call for a ceasefire to be installed. And we also want the war between Russia and Ukraine to come to an end. South Africa stands firm on its call for the institutions of global governance to be reformed. I had an opportunity yesterday to meet with the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and we discussed matters of great importance to the nations of the world. The Global South must have permanent representation and a voice on the United Nations Security Council so that it reflects global demographics and realities. We stand firm in our call for multilateralism to remain at the center of global affairs, whether it is dealing with conflict or responding to climate change. And we reiterate our call for the United Nations Charter to be respected and for the tenets of international law to be upheld as well. As you know, Your Excellency, South Africa has just assumed the presidency of the G20 and will host its first G20 summit on African soil in 2025 as you celebrate your 50th anniversary as an independent country. Promoting Africa's development priorities as espoused in Agenda 2063 will be one of the defining elements of our presidency. Working with the African Union and fellow African countries will ensure that the issues of strategic importance to Africa and the Global South are highlighted. Your Excellency, with these words, I'd like to reiterate our gratitude for you having come to South Africa to pay your first state visit, and through this visit to entrench the very good and warm relations that exist between our two countries. And I look forward to the discussions that have taken place between our ministers being put forward here as a report, but also look forward to the further discussions that we are going to have during the course of today. And this, in many ways, will deepen the friendship and the collaboration that exists between our two countries. So President Lourenço, welcome to South Africa. Together with your delegation, we are overjoyed to have you here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, distinguished ministers and members of the South African and Angolan delegations, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. On behalf of the delegation accompanying me, allow me to salute Your Excellencies and express my satisfaction for the invitation extended to me to hold my second state visit to South Africa, a country with which, due to existing historical relations, we felt obliged to choose as the first state to visit as the President of the Republic of Angola in 2017. With that decision, we intended to show to our two peoples and international community as a whole how much the bilateral relations and the multifaceted exchange we maintain with the Republic of South Africa mean to the Angolan state. The recent years of cooperation have been quite fruitful and have allowed multiple exchange activities in different fields whose results deserve a positive appreciation from us as a demonstration that the Republic of South Africa and the Republic of Angola have the firm and clear will to elevate bilateral relations to levels higher than those already existing. It is a great honor for me to conduct this visit and to be able to address Your Excellency at this relevant moment of our relations, where it becomes increasingly urgent and necessary for us to meet more frequently to discuss key issues related to peace and security, development and well-being of the citizens of our two countries, of the southern region of Africa and the African continent at large. It is within the framework provided in the General Agreement on Economic, Scientific, Technical and Cultural Cooperation signed in Luanda in 1998 that several other legal instruments of cooperation between the two countries were signed, amongst which I highlight the establishment of the Binational Cooperation Commission in 2000, a diplomatic mechanism of crucial importance which in recent years has been the main means of engagement between our two countries, with 4 sessions held alternately in Pretoria and Luanda so far, which have allowed the implementation of cooperation actions in different fields of national life of each of our countries. Although a considerable number of legal instruments have been signed so far, we consider it important to promote in the shortest possible time a technical review and evaluation of all agreements signed in order to make them functional, more efficient, and fundamental for the strengthening of cooperation. In this context, I would like to highlight the need to implement the agreement between the government of the Republic of Angola and the government of the Republic of South Africa on the establishment of the Binational Commission, which was supposed to hold its first session in Luanda in 2019, but for various reasons it had never happened, and proposed that it takes place in the first half of 2025 in Luanda. We also need to hold meetings of the Bilateral Cooperation Commission more frequently to boost economic cooperation and business exchange between Angola and South Africa in important sectors of the national life of each of our countries. I think it is the right time to review relevant issues related to the various domains of our cooperation and to define strategies that allow us to focus our action and efforts in these sectors in order to achieve a true complementarity based on a greatest potential existing in each of our countries. I'd like to give a special emphasis to the migration and justice sector, as we still have many concerns regarding the legalization of citizens in irregular situation both in South Africa and in Angola. I therefore consider it to be of great relevance that our technical teams meet to design effective forms and methods that help to expedite the resolution not only of this problem but also of the issue of repatriation of citizens in illegal situation in both countries and the transfer of persons sentenced to custodial penalties. Mr. President, Excellencies, South African investment in Angola has been growing satisfactorily with the entry into the Angolan market of large companies from your country, which bring along with them added value to important sectors of the Angolan national economy, such as the financial, telecommunication, transport, logistics and supply sectors, a fact that deserves our full appreciation. Considering the recognized experience and capability of South African entrepreneurs and exponential growth of this sector in Angola, I deem it necessary and essential that we work together to continue identifying potential areas of partnership to promote investment and improve competitiveness of companies in both countries. We also highlight the need to enhance our bilateral relations in other sectors such as mineral resources, oil and gas, health, culture, sports, education, and higher education, in which we would welcome the strengthening of partnership that facilitates exchange of experience and the training of Angolan professionals in those areas where South Africa has proven experience, knowledge, and significant value of resources. I hope that this visit can relaunch and boost economic cooperation and business exchange between Angola and South Africa based on equal and reciprocal advantages. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Republic of Angola will chair the African Union in the year 2025 and is currently a member of the Peace and Security Council of the same organization until the year 2026. Taking into account the very important commitment that Angola has with the African causes, highlighting issues related to stability, peace, security, promotion of development, and modernization of integration infrastructure in the various regions that make up our continent, our country's action in these organizations is of special relevance. For this reason, I would like to take this moment to once again reiterate the need for Angola to be able to count on Your Excellency's support and that of South African people and institutions so that we can carry forward all projects and programs that we have planned for Angola's chairmanship in 2025, as well as to be an important voice in the defense of the interests of all Africans whenever Africa is called upon to intervene on the most important stages. Taking into account the mandate that was given to us by the African Union to help the DRC find paths towards peace, the Republic of Angola continues to undertake initiatives aimed at facilitating dialogue between the conflicting parties with a view to normalization of political and diplomatic relations and friendship relations, good neighborliness, and security relations between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. Since March 2024, a set of actions have been undertaken by the facilitator, which will result in the holding of the Tripartite Summit on the 15th December in Luanda, where the possibility of signing a peace agreement between the two parties will be considered in order to put an end to the conflict that plagues the East DRC. I would like to reiterate the need to find ways to reactivate the tripartite mechanism for dialogue and cooperation among Angola, South Africa, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as it is a crucial cooperation instrument for promoting dialogue and strengthening of mutual relations among the three countries in the areas of peace, security, economic and social development, and respect for human rights and international laws. Beyond this mechanism and other initiatives aimed at bringing peace in our region, I would like to convey to you the interest of the Republic of Angola and my personal interest in developing with South Africa lines of permanent communication and consultation in order to define common positions and strategies for seeking solutions to the various crises that arise in our region, such as the concerning instability observed currently in Mozambique due to one party's non-acceptance of the results from the last general elections held in that country. I therefore would like to appeal to the parties involved in this post-election dispute to find the best way to resolve it through dialogue. The Republic of Angola remains deeply concerned about the worsening of the humanitarian crisis in the Sudan resulting from the intensification of the war in that country, which currently has millions of refugees and displaced persons in need of humanitarian assistance. We cannot remain indifferent to the explosive situation in the Middle East, where the events in Gaza and the more recent occurrences in Syria pose very serious concerns to the international community, mainly due to the unpredictability of what might happen in the coming days in that region, which already is explosive and troubled, and which could trigger unprecedented instability on a global scale. It is essential that none of the major actors present in Syria and neighboring countries seek to gain political, military, or other type of advantages from this strategy affecting the Syrian people. Mr. President, Excellencies, allow me to seize this opportunity to congratulate you and the South African people on South Africa's assuming the presidency of the G20 for the year 2025. I should not conclude without thanking you for the warm welcome that was extended to me and the delegation accompanying me since our arrival in your country, which reflects the good cooperative relations existing between Angola and South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Lourenço. Earlier, members of the media told me that they've been working very hard and they would like to take time to rest. And so I agreed that I would release them at this stage so that they can go and rest a little. of our national orders and the people of South Africa collectively salute President Lourenço on being conferred with this very high honor of the Order of South Africa. President Lourenço, I congratulate you for being honored in this manner by South Africa. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we congratulate His Excellency President Lourenço on his bestowal by the President of the Republic of South Africa and Order of South Africa. His Excellency President Joao Lourenco, for your proven commitment to the bonds of friendship between the Republic of Angola and the Republic of South Africa. Our relations were forged in the crucible of struggle for liberation waged by the peoples of our two nations. From the difficult days of struggle when Angola hosted our combatants to the current rapidly growing economic and political cooperations. The relations between our sister nations have stood the test of time, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now give you the floor. Maybe we stand at the sun a little bit.
I will now invite President Lourenço to respond.
Eu gostaria nesta ocasião de agradecer ao Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul, ao povo sul-africano, por me terem conferido tão alta distinção à Ordem da África do Sul. Esta distinção é conferida não a mim como pessoa, como um ente singular, mas é conferida ao povo angolano, que sempre soube manter fortes laços de amizade, de solidariedade com o povo sul-africano. Agradecer em nome de todos os angolanos por tão alta distinção, que reflete o interesse de ambos os povos e países em manter, mas sobretudo aprofundar ainda mais os laços de amizade e de cooperação que viemos desenvolvendo ao longo dos anos, mesmo ainda antes da queda do regime do apartheid. Portanto, já naquela altura, nós lutávamos para um fim comum, lutávamos pela liberdade dos nossos povos, lutávamos para o progresso social, o desenvolvimento econômico e social dos nossos países. Portanto, em palavras muito curtas, Sr. Presidente, este é o sentimento que nós sentimos, que nós temos neste momento alto da minha visita de Estado à África do Sul. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this part of the program. We'll now commence with the official proceedings of the signing ceremony between the Republic of South Africa and the Republic of Angola. The two principals will witness the signing of the agreement between the government of the Republic of South Africa and the government of the Republic of Angola on cooperation in the field of higher education and training. The two principals will also witness the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding between the government of the Republic of South Africa and the government of the Republic of Angola on cooperation relating to roads to independence, African Liberation Heritage Program. I have the honor to request Minister Lamula and Minister Ferreira to sign the agreement on cooperation in the field of higher education and training. Thank you, Ministers. I have the honor to request Minister Mackenzie and Minister Zhao to sign the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation relating to the Roads to Independence, African Liberation Heritage Program. Thank you, Ministers. We have come to the end of the signing ceremony. I would like to thank His Excellency President Ramaphosa and His Excellency President Lourenço for witnessing this ceremony. And I now hand over to Mr. Magwenya to to facilitate the press briefing session. Thank you.
Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency President Joao Lourenco, Ministers present, ladies and gentlemen of the media, we will now commence with the final installment of this first round of the state visit by briefing you, the media, on the outcomes of the official talks that have just been concluded. I'll first invite President Ramaphosa to deliver his remarks, at the end of which he will then invite President Lourenco to do the same. Mr. President.
Thank you, Vincent Mangwenya. Your Excellency President Lourenco, the President of the Republic of Angola, honorable ministers here present and deputy ministers, ambassadors and members of the media, it has really been a great pleasure to receive President Lourenco to South Africa on his state visit together with his delegation. We took time to congratulate President Lourenco on his re-election as President of Angola. This has been a year of major elections across our continent, including in South Africa and Angola. We have shared a sense of optimism regarding the state of multi-party democracy on our continent, which has proven to be quite robust and in good health as well, much as we have had incidents of coups in a number of countries on our continent, unfortunately. We commended SADC for supporting the various democratic elections in observer missions across the various countries. South Africa and Angola have fraternal relations dating back to many years ago. For many years, Angola supported our struggle here in South Africa, and we were overjoyed as the people of South Africa when they attained their independence almost 50 years ago. As we mark 30 years of our democracy, I thanked President Lourenco for Angola's solidarity, friendship on behalf of the people of South Africa. This intertwined shared history between our two countries has formed the basis for cooperation through the binational commission that we now have between Angola and South Africa. We will hold another binational commission meeting in 2025 in Luanda in Angola, which will be co-chaired by President Lourenco and myself. Angola and South Africa are amongst the largest regional economies in our region, and we have agreed that we need to deepen our relations both at an investment and trade level and a number of areas as well. There are already approximately 20 South African businesses that have a footprint in Angola. South Africa's foreign direct investment in Angola has been into a range of sectors, including financial services, IT, manufacturing, hospitality, tourism, and other business services as well. Our Development Bank of Southern Africa, the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, and other South African development finance institutions have also extended their financial coverage to Angola. And a number of projects are being executed through their participation. The recently announced Lobito Trans-Africa Corridor project that President Lourenco has led in and which has been the articulation of his vision as a corridor, as an economic development zone, has been positively received, and we are in full support of the establishment of that corridor. And we are very keen and look forward to explore opportunities for further and deeper collaboration between our two countries. As South Africa, we are keen to see more Angolan investors enter the South African economy as well. The business forum that will be taking place later today gives us an opportunity to connect South African and Angolan businesses in furthering our economic links. For our part as governments, we will be expanding on the structural economic reforms and interventions that are currently underway in both countries. And with respect to our bilateral cooperation, we have agreed on auditing existing agreements and memoranda of agreement between our two nations. We had already struck or entered into 44 agreements. They are at varying degrees of implementation, and we therefore have agreed that we will audit all these. And this stock take is necessary in the interest of strengthening the strategic partnership between our two countries going forward. And with respect to collaboration on peace and security in the region and across Africa, we have commended President Lourenco for his efforts in mediating between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda as President of the International Conference on the Great Lakes and as facilitator for the Luanda process, which is an intervention to try and bring peace in that part of our continent. As South Africa and Angola, we are deeply troubled by the deteriorating situation in the Sudan, particularly with ensuing humanitarian crisis that is unfolding. President Lourenco serves on the AU Presidential Ad Hoc Committee for the Republic of Sudan. South Africa continues to pledge its full support for all efforts to bring about an end to the conflict in Sudan. We are equally concerned at the post-electoral crisis that is unfolding in Mozambique, and we agreed to work together to enable our region to better respond to this as well as a number of other crises. Silencing the guns is a necessary precondition to Africa's ability to foster economic growth and development. I also briefed President Lourenco on South Africa's presidency of the G20. This will be the first gathering of this group of countries on the African continent. I indicated that promoting Africa's development priorities as espoused in the African Union's Agenda 2063 will be one of the defining elements of our presidency of the G20. And South Africa will ensure that key issues of strategic importance to our continent and to our region, SADC, and the Global South are elevated during our term. In conclusion, South Africa looks forward to deepening its ties with Angola in the cause of mutually beneficial growth, continental economic integration, and sustainable development. I thank you all, and now would like to invite President Lourenco to make his own remarks as we move towards concluding. Over to you, President.
Thank you very much, President Cyril Ramaphosa. I would like to start by, on behalf and that of the delegation accompanying me, to start by thanking the very friendly and warm manner we've been received since our arrival in this beautiful city of Pretoria in order to hold this, which is my second state visit to the Republic of South Africa. The bonds between our two peoples, the Angolan and South African people, date back as from the time of our struggle for liberation, whereas while the Angolan people were fighting and ended up defeating the Portuguese colonialism, the South African people were fighting and have defeated the apartheid regime that oppressed them. From that time to date, our countries, both as free, independent and democratic countries, have decided to establish friendship relations, but mainly economic cooperation relations between the two. It is not by chance that after my first elections, that is the elections that made me President of the Republic in my first term in 2017, I decided to choose South Africa as the first country to be visited. It was the first ever country in the world that me, in my capacity as president in 2017, I visited by holding the first state visit to South Africa. The time has come for us to conduct this second state visit, which I deem to be of great importance. And this morning, we had not only the tete-a-tete between the two heads of state, but also the official talks between the two presidential delegations. At the tete-a-tete, I seized the occasion to congratulate President Cyril Ramaphosa for the fact that in our continent, whereby the conduction of elections in many cases is a cause of instability, he and his party have managed to make a transition that is a post-election period that is very stable, very beyond from the predictions of the pessimist analysts that thought that it was hard or even impossible. As a matter of fact, the reality has shown that the government of national unit made up by various political parties, apparently with different political manifestos, is yielding result for the benefit of the country's stability and consequently the economic and social development of South Africa. I also seized the opportunity to congratulate President Cyril Ramaphosa for the fact that South Africa has won the lawful right of presiding over the G20, becoming the first African country that is assuming such a great responsibility of leading a group where we have included the most developed, the most industrialized country of the whole planet. So, it's not only about the President of the Republic, but also the South African people are to be congratulated and say that it makes us proud as all we are Africans. In as far as bilateral relations are concerned between Angola and South Africa, we have made the decision of holding as soon as possible the meeting of the Binational Commission, which in principle will take place in Angola, and preferably yet in the first semester or even in the first quarter of next year of 2025. We attach great importance to the holding of meeting of such a binational commission because, as you know, contrary to other joint permanent commission, this is a commission whose deliberations are presided over by the two heads of state, not by the ministers of foreign affairs, which means with the stake high at this level of head of states, for sure we cannot hold such a meeting to deal with minor issues. On the contrary, we will take heed to deliberate on issues that will have meaningful impact and will help increase the economic cooperation between Angola and South Africa. We are interested in cooperating. I mean, we've been cooperating already, but we are interested in deepening the levels of cooperation in virtually all the fields of our economies, but amongst all of them, it's true that we have to highlight some of those we consider to be priority or even of major importance. That is cooperation in the field of agriculture. Angola has put a bet on agriculture as the cornerstone of our economy's diversification. Angola is a big oil producer, but now we are engaged in diversifying as much as possible our economy. And South Africa is a country that, despite not having big watercourses, it has agriculture very much developed. So we would like to receive and learn a bit more South Africa's experience in this field. Mainly nowadays, as a lot is said about food security. Therefore, we invite South African investors in this field of agriculture and livestock. Those who are interested can come and invest in Angola because we have available land, available water, and much willing to receive the South African private investment coming in Angola, virtually in all fields, but particularly in this field of agriculture. We have identified the sectors of education and tertiary education as those ones of common interest to be developed. South Africa has universities that are ranked amongst the best universities both on the continent and worldwide in some cases, and for that reason cooperation in tertiary education, science and technology is an area that we have identified. We also would like to have increased cooperation in the defense and security sectors. South Africa is a country that has developed defense industry in our country, in our continent, and is one of those that has one of the most developed defense sectors. And Angola would like to benefit from this know-how acquired throughout this year by the defense industry in South Africa. Other fields also are important. We spoke about something that is new. This is the first time that we have discussed it with South African authorities to see the possibility for the South African automobile industry investing in Angola in assembly lines of some of the brands that are built here in South Africa, having in view not only the Angolan market but all market of Central African region. As you know, such as Angola, they also have left-hand drive cars. The range of areas of interest that we have identified here is quite big, and time would not be enough for us to measure them all, but we have highlighted only some of these sectors. We also, apart from bilateral relations, obviously we talked about bilateral issues such as the concerning situation that the world is going through today with proliferation of wars and instability in our own continent, with coups, terrorism that is plaguing the Sahel region. In a big proportion of Sahel region, the unconstitutional changes of power, instability in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Mozambique, both by force of the terrorist activities in Cabo Delgado and the post-election unrest that came up. We talked about all these issues and also the obligations that our states, Angola and South Africa, have in helping somehow to overcome this situation, which is a concern to all of us. With regard to the situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, we briefed President Cyril Ramaphosa that the negotiation process is moving smoothly, and we have been conducting a set of meetings both at the expert level and ministerial level, and progresses were made, and these progresses will lead us to hold a summit of heads of states, that is the three heads of states from Angola, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and from Rwanda in Luanda next Sunday, 15th of December. We are optimistic that this meeting eventually will produce or the signing or the decision for soon signing of a long-lasting peace agreement between the two neighboring countries. We also reviewed, as obvious, the situation in the Middle East, the situation in Europe, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which can put at danger the global peace and security. So we all are part of the same planet. That's why we all must be concerned about everything that can put at stake the biggest good of humanity, which is peace and security, because it's only with them it is possible to have economic and social development. With these few words, I would like to conclude by saying that our visit is running positively. We still have some activities to be developed in the afternoon today, but in a nutshell, we can anticipate a positive balance of this visit that we are holding to the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe a better round of applause than that one. That's more enthusiastic. Thank you. Your Excellencies, thank you very much. You may take leave of us, and that concludes this media briefing. Thank you so much.